ridiculous things. Margaret cannot believe Fablen is on last day. It's shocking.
Listen, I put up Act 5, and there was one more thing that I knew I had to do, which went up last night.
Yeah.
I was like, oh my God, I don't have to do anything else for Fablen ever again.
You're done.
I'm done.
You're done.
I love this. I will not lie. I have loved this readathon, but the fact that it is only 30 days, thank God.
I mean, you can only go that hard for so long, right? Like
you can. And I'm someone who loves having fun things to do, but I also need an end date. And so I'm just like, I don't have to worry about this anymore. I don't have to worry about, thank goodness.
Done.
But it's been so much fun. And I'm very happy with how this went.
It really was so much fun. You did an amazing job, Margaret. Everybody give props to Margaret because that's a lot of work to do.
Well, here's the thing. I wouldn't have been able to do it without y'all.
Oh.
Like, this is not a readathon that you can run without the lovely, lovely people that I had helping me out. So, like,
we love to be there for you. We love it.
Yes.
But we could not have done it without you. Trust me.
You know, I just am the idea person. I create the ideas and you guys put them into the world and make sure that all of the 70 billion questions are answered by someone, maybe not necessarily me.
That's fair. That's fair. Also, for those who are wondering, we have almost a full day of Fablen sprints because we are going to be here for the next 7 hours. And then we are going to redirect to Margaret for closeout sprints this evening.
Yeah, so I'm here for a few hours. I've got an appointment at 3:30.
No worries. You need a break too before, you know, doing your own.
Yeah, and then I'll be here back at 7.
Perfect. It sounds great. I do have the redirect set up, so you will just you will head there when we're done, but we still have 7 hours of reading and productivity to do. I have to get a lot of reading done because I'm in the middle of the 24-hour timer and I got behind. But I also need to film my October wrap up at some point today because I will not finish another book today. So like my month is done. So
if you are allowed to answer, is this like a 24-hour timer that like you set the timer for 24 hours and you have to read for that 20 as much as you can for that 24 hours? Or is it you do the timer and then
yeah. So it's 24 hours of actual reading.
Yeah. I keep trying to do, because I'm trying to do one where like I'm like, okay, I hit 24 hours, the timer goes, and I keep choosing the worst days to start it.
I could never do an actual 24-hour vlog just because with parenting and like other life things that I can't put in a vlog because my kid isn't in videos. It would be almost impossible to have like an interesting vlog in an actual like 24-hour period unless I didn't have a kid here for 24 hours. But like also if I don't
maybe that's what we do.
That's not what I'm going to do.
Maybe I just come up to Nova Scotia and we find a cabin and we lock ourselves in the cabin for 24 hours and do as much reading as possible.
I would love to do that.
I'm coming too. Make room.
Literally,
listen, I'll be
me.
I'll be in Ontario. That's only like what, a 14-hour drive away from you?
About that. We could meet in the middle. We could get a cabin in the middle.
Listen, I have to figure out how I'm doing a 24-hour timer in November because I filmed my TBR video yesterday, which I need to try to edit today. Will that happen? Who knows? But I filmed it and I respun for a friend, right? Because I'll have Leandra's vlog done by next week. And I got Sosh, and the challenge is a 24-hour reading challenge. And Sasha's is the only one that didn't, like, of the friends that I've done so far where I've been like, do you want your list? She didn't change any of her books. She was like, yeah, all these still stand.
Love it. Love that.
Of the friends that you've done so far that have sent the list in.
Yeah, I'm still waiting on somebody on this
screen. 2 years, people.
It's fine.
I won't say who.
It's fine.
It's okay. They've been very busy this month.
Okay, my friends that are Swifties, I need y'all to know that Jan, who is continually mistaken for Post Malone, is dressing up as Post Malone for Halloween.
Thank God. I was hoping for it.
I love it.
I love
Thank
that.
God.
It was in the group chat. You guys have already seen it probably, but I
haven't, but I will.
That's the funniest fucking thing ever. Okay, sorry, I'm distracted. I'm fine. It's been a morning.
It's been a long month. Oh, it has been a morning because Halloween has hit my child.
Mine too.
Oh, Jesus.
I mean, my child's not at home. My child is at school. Thank God. So she's someone else's problem for 8 hours.
I'm about to buy some metal stitch markers because I keep breaking my plastic ones keep breaking because they only have so much stitch marking they will do before they go snip.
Mm-hmm.
Anyways, sorry, that's an update nobody needed.
No.
Hey, Brittany, did you know you're live?
Yes, I did. I was aware. I'm glad YouTube is telling you, though, because sometimes you never know what YouTube's going to tell the subscribers.
Yeah, I mean, we could be sitting here. Listen, the other day when I tried to use Restream, I was 3 minutes late for my sprints because I thought it had gone live and it didn't.
Oh, no.
So I'd been just talking to myself for like 3 minutes.
Oh, no. I'm so sorry that happened.
Yeah.
That's rough. That's rough.
And then like I went live and I was like, well, and then my internet went out. So I was like, clearly I was never meant to use this. So
it was just not meant to be. That was the universe being like, just back away. Back away, Neva. Back away. So I am currently on the 24-hour timer challenge, and I'm trying to finish Buzzword for the year in 24 hours, which is why I'm reading this book, because this is not a book that I even knew that I owned, but I was on a struggle to find something that had a sense in the title.
Okay.
Like, it was a struggle to find anything that worked for this.
First star I see tonight, that feels like some sort of nursery rhyme, weird stuff going on.
It is a bodyguard romance with a football player. So like, hopefully it's good. I have no hope. I don't have high hopes, but I need to read it, and I owned it.
Is the football player the bodyguard?
No, she's the bodyguard. She's his
bodyguard. Why does it look like
I don't know
fairy tale cover like that?
That's a chandelier. So I would assume they go somewhere like a fancy ball or something at some point.
Still, this does not scream sports romance.
No, it does not scream sports romance. So I have a feeling the sports part might be slightly like downplayed. Yeah, probably just like he is a football player and then they're having to do stuff. Oh my God, my eyes are watering so bad right now.
Book in a sports romance series that I have not read, nor do I own any other books. I think my mother gave this to me, but you know what? It works for this prompt, and it's the only thing I had. So we're just gonna get it done.
Okay, so that's one of my weird ideas I eventually want to do. Is like you just jump into a series in like the third book and see how that affects, and then you go back and you read the rest of the series and see how that affects your understanding of the book. And then like another one I want to do at some point is like I read the last chapter of the book and then I go and reread the whole thing.
Mm-hmm. Well, with a sports romance, it's not like a big deal because guaranteedly they do not really build on each other.
No one cares about the other.
But I'm glad you could do that, Margaret. That would give me fucking anxiety. Absolutely not.
I mean, I just think it would be fun to like start at the end of something and go backwards.
I mean, I would watch it, but I could never do it. I would be so anxious the whole time. No.
Margaret, what are you up to?
Well, first things first, I'm gonna make breakfast. We've had a slow start this morning, for reasons I don't understand. Just been slow this week.
It happens.
But so I'm gonna make breakfast, and then I am going to try and get some because I want to I know I'm holding y'all back. I want to try and get some of House of Bane and Blood.
Yes.
Get to the part where I need to get to, so that I can start harassing you guys about finishing the book. And I know that's what I said I would do.
That's fair. We do.
That is fair because that's the only way that either one of us is going to read
it. So I will say I'm fine. Like I'm on chapter like 2 or 3, and I'm like I feel like this alpha guy, like hard ass mafia boss thing would be working for me more if I didn't know she's absolutely pissed at him and does not want any of this right now. Mm-hmm. I'm like, I know this. This is going to change. You're going to get to other places, but oh man, he's pissing me off right now.
That's fair. That's fair.
Like stop doing the macho posturing, you child.
I don't know. It never pissed me off really, but I mean,
no, me neither.
I might just
love a mafia romance, so that's fine. That's just my jam.
Anyways, I'm like, I know this is part of what's going on, and maybe I'm just not like I'm going to like it later.
Mm-hmm. I think so. How far are you in?
11%.
Oh, so you've got a ways.
I'm still at the very, very beginning. Yeah. We just had the second offer happen, and she has been forced into. And so, like, it's one of those things that I'm like, okay, this feels very Peaky Blinders, and I understand why he's having to do this in front of all of the other families that are there, basically. So I know that there's like we're going to be having 2 different versions of this guy, but he's also pissing me off a little.
Fair. Neva, you're reading a very Halloween-y book.
Yeah, because I knew if I didn't pick this up, like I picked it up yesterday, like last night. I knew if I didn't pick this up before Halloween was over, it wasn't getting read this year.
That's fair.
I'm not really like I'll read Christmas books like after Christmas because it's like still like wintry outside. But it just feels weird to be reading October books, like Halloween books after Halloween.
I completely agree as someone who bought Christmas decorations yesterday.
And like this is a very like I mean, I'll read witchy books after Halloween, but this is very like Halloween.
Yeah.
That screams Halloween.
Yeah. So, I mean, it's cute so far, I guess. I'm not very far in, but like, I don't know. Apparently, she needs to turn a cat back into a man. I don't know.
Interesting.
Choices
being made.
So.
Trying to finish Spookopoly. You're on your last roll. You got this.
Nice.
Door. Hello. Rainey's here playing hooky with Lincoln. Oh, I'm sorry. He has a stomach bug. But I'm glad that he's starting to feel better. But
well, I'm glad that you're keeping him out the extra day just to stay safe. Because I know that there have been issues with like schools pressuring parents in the U.S. to send their kids back sick.
Yep.
Like, did you see that apparently lice is no longer a reason to keep your child home in the U.S.?
It's not. They send you. I know this because this happened like a month or so ago with Ari. Thankfully, like I checked her and she didn't have anything. Thank God. Because we know how much we love that. But basically, all you get is an email saying that lice has been detected in the classroom. And the only way that they're gonna and literally the email said lice has been detected in Ari's teacher's classroom. They put their name. And that the only way that to check everyone's head, and if you notice any, to do the treatment for 2 weeks, which is what you're supposed to do anyway. But the only way that they're going to get sent home is if there is excessive itching that is disruptive to the classroom setting.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Also,
like they won't even let you go to summer camp. Like summer camps will send you home to have you do treatments.
Well, our school district also has decided to enact that you can only have 4
absences,
like 4 absences without being like hospitalized.
That's so ridiculous.
If my kid is fucking sick, bro, I'm keeping her home. I don't give a crap. Like you can fight me on it if you want. That's why when Ari had like a cough, I took her to the doctor because I was like, fight me on a doctor's note, bro. I'll throw hands with you.
Well, especially in the U.S. because it must cost money to get a doctor's note.
It costs money for me to make the doctor's appointment.
Right. Like in Canada, it wouldn't. That's why I'm saying.
Like, it costs me money to even make the effort to take her to the damn doctor. It was like $150 for her doctor's visit, and they didn't give her any medicine or anything.
No.
Well, I have this like the plastic safety pin stitch markers because that's what came because we're mentioning that. I just found like a giant tin for like $10 of I think it was like 600 pieces or something, just in all the colors that I could ever want.
I love that.
That's why I was looking so excited for a minute there. I was like,
you're like, this is perfect. This is exactly what I need.
I'm bad at it, but I love color coordination. I'm that girl that on Tumblr when tag your porn was a big thing. Like people would post their art setups, and I'd be like, man, tag your porn.
Honestly, I'm the same way because we all know that I have to have my bookmarks match my books. Like I must. Yeah. It's just
like, you're showing me your gorgeous art collection. Yeah, I need to be emotionally prepared for this. I can't look at this at work.
Amanda, this is a mood because when you have a drop-based readathon and then you all of a sudden have to figure out your own reads again, it's like hard.
Yeah.
It's difficult. I agree that this is a hard task. But if you have options, we can help you right now.
Yes, we can help you decide.
Also, congratulations on finishing your last Fablen book. Yay, friends. Margaret, while we're talking about it, when do submissions need to be in by?
You have until midnight my time tomorrow, so November 1st.
There you
I'm
go.
going to give everybody, like, because I know people are busy. We've got different time zones. So you can read up until 11:59 p.m. Eastern time today. And you will, like, I'll give you guys that 24 hours after that to submit for any of the acts that you're reading in.
Perfect.
Just because I know that, like, people are busy and you may not be able to do it while you're at work and all of that stuff. So I'm going to announce winners like the 2nd or the 3rd or something like that.
Sounds good. Hello, welcome to your first live sprint. We love to see you here. We love having new friends, and we hope we entertain you. It does cost to go to a doctor in the US. I knew this, and that's why I was like, it's ridiculous that you have to have a kid for your kid not to go to school.
I mean, attendance policies are very ableist anyways, because kids with chronic conditions may not.
Yes. Mental health days. Like, kids need mental health days too. It's not just an adult thing.
Yeah. Part of
it is and I guess I'll be nice and say an overcorrection from the pandemic, because like it was really hard on kids, and I know that it did impact kids learning. COVID also impacts kids being able to learn.
Absolutely.
But like, it was more important for them to be home and not dying. Like, I'd rather have a kid that's a few years behind in school than a dead kid.
Well, also with Ari, she likes school so much that if she tells me that she doesn't feel like going to school that day, then I know that she actually needs like a reset day.
There's a reason, because
I'm not going to deny her a reset day. She's not, at least not yet. She's not a kid who's like trying to stay home every single day. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And we are going to go into a sprint, but before we do, we have options. So we have the Pumpkin Spice Cafe, Twisted Lies, and Death Note 5 or Dead Gone Wrong. Now, the only ones of these that I have read was the Pumpkin Spice Cafe, which I am in the minority and did not love this book very much. Is Twisted Lies the one people likes or the one people don't like of that series?
I think it's one of the ones that people start liking the series.
So then I vote that.
Also, if you go up a couple, Amanda has choices too.
Oh, how did I miss that?
also vote for Twisted Lies.
Oh, I missed that, Amanda. I'm sorry. Thank you.
My vote was for Dead and Gone, but apparently I'm in the minority.
I picked Throne of the, or
I'm gonna say
Phantasma.
I was gonna say Throne of the Fallen.
I was also gonna say Phantasma.
So either one of those is really good, because I've just been seeing everybody read Phantasma. Like,
I'm reading Phantasma this month with, well, not only Brooklyn, because originally I was doing it with Brooklyn because she's doing like a group read through like YouTube. But then I guess one of the other book clubs, I don't know if they've announced it yet, so I don't want to say which one.
I know whose it is, and there's no way I know it privately, so it's been publicly announced.
Okay, great. Well, then Katie and Rainey's Tortured Readers Club book club is also reading it. So I'll actually read a book with them on time for once. A miracle, really.
Nice.
Seriously. I'm going to do Quicksilver with them in December.
Nice. Now, what am I doing?
Yeah, that's why I'm waiting on Quicksilver as well, because I'll just wait.
Yeah, those two. That's where we're at. Maybe the chat can help break this kind of sort of tie between us. With that, though, let us get into our first sprint and get
Dead and Gone just sounds appropriately spooky.
The Dead and Gone.
Dead and Gone.
True, it is Halloween.
Sounds like a paranormal mystery. I want to say it's a Suki Stackhouse book, if I'm remembering correctly. I could be wrong. If I'm remembering correctly.
Margaret may have switched me over to that because it is.
I think it might be a Suki Stackhouse book. Yeah.
I had to go Halloween. If everyone remembers all my Christmas ones from
last year. Oh, my good or am I good?
You're fabulous.
So here's my thing: is I almost watched the show, but then I found out she didn't end up with who I wanted her to end up with, so I didn't.
I've seen the entire.
I am still interested in the books because I do believe he's the main love interest in the books.
Totally fair reason, in my opinion.
I'm a sucker for a man that will turn his entire life around for a woman to be a better person. Like, I'm here for the spikes who go and realize that they've hurt people, so they go get their soul, so they'll live in eternal torment and never hurt anyone again.
Everyone agrees that this is a perfectly legitimate reason to do that. Okay, let's read, everyone. I got to get this timer done. I'll see you all in an hour. Hello. Before we go into how we did during the sprint, I want to say hello to Sarvasha, who joined while we were in the sprint. So hello, Sarvasha. But also, I saw these sprints and also had this question. So Margaret, I'm going to field this to you.
I'll go check them again.
Because I also was like, 11 p.m. seems awfully late for Julie and Aoife and Margaret to be sprinting. So I thought that as well.
It's not late for Margaret to be sprinting, but it was a little bit late for Aoife because it was 3 a.m. Aoife's time.
Yeah.
And I know Julie turns into a pumpkin at a certain point too. Yes. So we fixed that. Aoife actually sent me a message about it as well. I just forgot to go in and fix it. It is actually supposed to be 10 a.m. Eastern time.
Because I actually meant to message you when I saw this because I was like, that cannot be what she intended.
Yes. That's the inaugural Old Lady Crafts Book Club. First inaugural sprint. We'll have friends at some point. I think it's just going to be the three of us this first time, though.
I mean, that sounds lovely.
So the only thing you have to do is you have to be doing something crafty and you have to be doing reading.
Love it. I love that.
Watch me not craft at all during those sprints.
I mean, isn't that always the way?
Yeah.
So I got to, I don't know what I got to. Hold on. 25% of my book.
Yay!
Fast.
How are we feeling about it?
I don't even know. I don't know. I don't see the romance. Like, I do not see it. We are focused. So she's not a bodyguard, although the back kind of suggests that she was going to be his bodyguard, but I'm 25% in and see no signs of that. So I don't know what the back of the book's talking about. But she is a private detective. So anyway, we are following a lot of her various private detective work. So it feels more like a cozy than a romance, to be honest, in vibes.
Mm-hmm.
But it's toted as a romance, and I do think that they're leading towards this being a romance at some point. I agree that it's not a sports romance, though. Like, yes, he used to be a football player, but that is the most talk of sports that we see.
So we're kind of more dealing with a detective noir, maybe, with a lady detective, former athlete in, like, faded glory.
Yes. So it feels more like a cozy because also she's kind of not good at her job. I mean, she's figuring it out. She's figuring out her life choices.
Maybe this is supposed to be like, like the movie The Bodyguard. Maybe it's supposed to be like that.
Maybe. But she kind of has like a Finley vibe to her, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Because she's kind of just like going. She's going with it.
Yeah.
So I'm not, there's things about it I don't like. There's nothing about it that I'm like, wow, this is super interesting, but like I could finish it. You know what I mean?
You're like, there's enough to keep me reading. That's what's important.
It's fine. I'm a little, I don't really know what's going on, but like, it's fine. Margaret, how'd you do? I saw that you sent voice messages. I have not listened to them yet.
I sent several voice messages. They're all mostly the same thing. I got from 52 pages to 60 pages because like it was one of those things I didn't want to put on. It's kind of hard to read while you're also cutting veggies and making breakfast.
Yes.
So I did eat. That's good. And I got tea. Also
nice.
Important. So I've been listening to it. I've got it's very funny because like I'm still annoyed at Nico for being a macho, like the macho posturing. I also understand why he's doing it, but also their interactions are great.
Yeah, they really are. The banter is going to be bantering in that book. And I
also need to know how you guys feel about Margaret making predictions, because sometimes I make predictions and I spoil the entire book.
What? You can totally do that. I do the same thing.
I mean, you can make predictions, and I'm just gonna be like, yeah, sure, it's just Margaret making predictions. I'm here for the ride. Cool. I don't make predictions.
Okay, cool. Because I've had people get mad at me for predicting things because I have a friend that would not let me do it. Like if I were watching a movie together, she's like, you can't say anything about what might happen because I know you're going to be right.
Yep. I feel this because in B&K we have this rule now that I have to put it like with a big disclaimer and then behind.
Yeah.
Like spoiler tags, because oftentimes I am correct. And then I spoil the book for people.
Yeah, so what was it? It was I think it was Deja Vu. It's got I believe it was Halle Berry and Denzel Washington in it. And I literally, like, we're in the theater. I leaned over to my friend in the first 20 minutes of the movie, said, "This is gonna happen. This is gonna. You guys can't see me. This is gonna happen. This is gonna happen. This is gonna happen." And she turned to me at the end of the movie. I was like, "What the fuck?" Like, she doesn't cuss, but she's like, how did you do that? You predicted the whole thing. Now you can't do that anymore.
This happens when the thing is, the more books you read, the more tropes you know, the more obvious this becomes.
And this is why I
already read a lot and watched a lot of movies. Like I was a writer. Of course I understood like how story structure works.
Exactly.
But this is why I don't make predictions. I'm literally always just here for the ride.
Yeah.
That's how I like to go back to thrillers.
Thrillers that are obvious to everybody else, I don't predict that shit. And then I get to the end and I'm like, oh my God, I never know what's happening. But then like in hindsight, I'm like, you really should have seen that happening.
Yeah.
You really should.
My favorite one is still the Reckoners because I predicted what was going to happen at the end of the first book within the first 3 chapters. And my brother was like, nah, that's not what's going to happen. Like he tried to play it off and I was like, bro, he's like, what makes you think that would happen? And I was like, boom, 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 boom. List of what was going on and like all of the things. I was like, well, this has happened. So then this has to happen. So then this is going to happen. And this is, and he's like, I fucking hate you.
You know, it's fine.
It's so hard to surprise me in a book. If you surprise me in a book, you did a good job.
Same. Have you read the second book in Ashes of the Sun yet?
No.
Oh, wait till you read Blood of the Chosen. You cannot guess what's happening in that because it gets weird.
Mm-hmm.
I kept messaging Bree and just being like, what the hell is happening?
What I'm hearing is I need to do a group chat of both you and Brianna. Or both Brianna and you, I guess, because Brianna was already on the list.
Please add me. I would love to be a part of that. Okay, Aniva, how did you do? I was just about to jump to the comments, but we haven't gotten that far yet.
I mean, you could have skipped me. It's fine.
No,
I made it to 12% of this book, and it's fine.
It's fine.
It's I don't know.
Is it my fine or your fine?
It's like you're fine. Like it's not 5. It's not like it's fine, but it's 5 stars. It's
yeah.
I don't know. It's in.
You haven't done that in a while.
It's in 2 POVs. Well, I did it with Tress of the.
Yes, you did.
Whatever. Which that one was 5 stars. I gave it 3.5.
Okay.
But I don't know. We're like, it's in 2 POVs. So you're in Willow's POV. She's the witch, and then you're in Damien's POV, who is the man who's currently a cat. And I don't really care to be in his POV.
That's fair.
Like, I just don't care to be. So we'll see. I might DNF this. I'm going to be honest.
He's still a cat? Like in the POV?
Yeah. Because she goes to the shelter, like her familiar died after like 23 years.
Yes.
Which we don't see that happen, but she speaks about it because it's been like a few years, I think, since since her familiar passed away. But she's like, oh, I saw this black cat. And like the book opens with her being like, I've been raised to believe that black cats are good luck. Because like she's from a family of witches. So it's her and her sister.
Good for her.
Right.
Her and her sister are all that's left. Right. Yep. So she her sister is like, you should go to the shelter and try to like move on, like move forward or whatever. So she goes to the shelter and she picks up this black cat who is Damien, he's been like cursed or whatever. So he's a cat right now, but he's not actually a cat. And then like, I just don't, I don't know. I'll give it to like 20%. But to be honest, if his POV continues the way it did in the second chapter, no thanks. Because he just keeps talking about like, he like walks into her bedroom because he's like exploring the house. She like leaves to go get cat things. He's exploring the house. And he like walks into her bedroom and he's like, I realized where I was, the bedroom. So I ran to the other side of the house. And then like she like thinks he's a cat. So she's like, Damien, should we go to bed or whatever? And like Damien is his actual name, but we're supposed to believe that there's some kind of like telekinetic thing between the two of them.
Yeah.
He like thinks his name and then she calls him by the name, you know? So like whatever. And then and so he was like, I feel like I shouldn't go in her room because that's her bedroom and I'm not really a cat. But he curls up at the end of the bed anyway. So I was like, okay, I just don't really care.
I don't know if I would want, like, it's okay to have him be a cat and then turn into a man, but that has to happen real fast.
Yeah, and
I don't have boundaries real early. Like, she needs to find out early and have.
That's exactly
what I'm worried about is that I foresee this being some kind of like slow burn situation, and I'm not here for
cat.
Yeah. Like because he keeps saying, like in the second chapter, he kept saying like, I need to get her to break my curse. And at some point I'm gonna have to tell her that I'm a cat, like let her know I'm not a cat.
No.
But like the way that this is being written, I feel like I'm gonna get to 50% and this man is still gonna be a cat. And I can't hold out that long. If she doesn't know that he's not a cat by 20%, I'm gonna have to DNF.
I agree with you on that life choice. Because that's a long time.
It will just creep me out at that point.
Yeah, that's fair.
I'm all for a romance, but it needs to happen quickly.
Yeah, but they have to shift like early in the books. They can shift back and forth too, but I need to know this man quickly.
Yeah, but I need her to know.
Need to have her find out that he's a person early on, so that like there's not weird stuff going on.
I need him to not be a cat for more than like 15%.
Or he needs to like it's one of those things, like it could, if there's a reason he cannot tell her, and so he's trying to create boundaries, that's one thing. But if there's a way he can tell her, he needs to tell her soon.
But it doesn't seem to be like there's a reason he can't, because he keeps saying that he needs to tell her.
Well, especially if he's telekinetically linked. Can't he just be like, I am a man, but a cat, you know? Like,
well, and the thing is, I felt like when she brought like cat food and cat treats home and he like snubbed that in, and then she made him like a fresh like salmon fillet and he like wolfed it down, like that wasn't a red flag to you that like maybe this cat isn't normal? And she was just kind of like, she's like, oh, so you're a bougie cat. And I'm like, no. So
some animals are like that, especially if they've been raised on specific diets.
100%. But I just have issues with him then later becoming a man.
Right. But if if homegirl doesn't know that dude's a man by like 20%,
yeah,
I'm gonna have to boot that out of here, because I absolutely not. I'm not gonna sit here for 50% of this book and then him like turn into a man and be like, I've been in love with you this entire time.
I agree with you.
Absolutely not.
I agree. Is there a reason he can't shift and tell her? Is he like,
so he's been cursed.
Okay.
So he's not like, the curse has to be broken in order for him
to fall in love with him as a cat to break the curse. Because
she has to fall in love with him as a cat. I'm not here for it, bro.
Is this a weird Beauty and the Beast situation? Because I'm not okay with that.
And I know somebody's gonna be like, but you love Beauty and the Beast retellings. Here's the thing, okay? No. The Beast was able to speak.
He was able to speak, and he was anthropomorphic.
And he could also like explain what was happening.
100%.
This cat has no verbal skills.
We have people asking about the book. We're giving it to you.
It's like this cat doesn't have any like he's just meowing like a cat. Like he acts and lives as a cat.
This makes me feel Were Turkey vibes, and I cannot have Were Turkey vibes. Where all it did was cluck.
Exactly.
I can't.
Exactly. I can't. And this is supposed to be like a rom-com type setting. Like at least with Were Turkey, like
you knew what you were getting into.
It was like weird smut.
Yes.
But with this book, we're to believe that this is like, see, right? This makes me think that I'm gonna DNF it, because Ryan and I have very similar tastes in romance books.
Yes.
If Rye likes a romance, I will at least try it, because it's probably I will like it. This I can't vibe. I don't know. So I'll probably read it in the next sprint, and if it's not progressed, it's gonna have to go.
So here's one that he doesn't stay a cat very long. So he may no longer be a cat, hopefully, after this next sprint.
I think it's also going to depend on,
hopefully,
what happens when she finds out he's not a cat.
Yeah.
Because there are ways that it could be dealt with in a really weird way, and I don't really want to do it.
I agree with you. I'm just gonna pause that really quickly because we just have like 3 comments, so we can get those done and then we'll head out. The cat bougie because my grandmother refuses to give him treats and wrecked my cat for normal food. Yeah, I'm okay with the bougie cat thing because I do know so many animals.
The bougie cat thing is fine.
It's that actual human that is kind of gives it weird vibes for me.
Well, and when she went to the shelter to get this cat, they were referring to him as the demon cat. Like when she said, "I want this cat," like when I want to take this, this cat, and the chick at the shelter was like, "You want the witch at the shelter was like, you want the demon cat?" Like that's what she said. But like when they got but he was like, "I knew that I was gonna go home with this human, so I crawled into her lap," and I'm like, okay, it's a little creepy for me, but all right, bud.
Yeah, good Halloween vibes, but it ended there. Did not do anything useful besides that I will make book summaries for my literary assignments with ChatGTP and not even try. I'm almost 60 pages in and can't stand the book. I'm sorry you're not enjoying your book. That sucks. Sounds like a weird book. It does sound like a weird book. But it honestly sounds like something I might want to try. You know what? The weirder the book sometimes, not in like, it depends with me because like there are types of weird that I don't like, but in romance, I'm kind of like, I kind of need to know what the heck is going on, you know? And Lady Oak is enjoying it so far, but I can see why some people didn't like it. I mean, that's kind of with every book, though. There's never like one book that's universally liked by all people. Like reading's too subjective for that. Okay, I'm going to film in this sprint because I need to film my October wrap up. So that's what I'm going to do. So I'm going to get us into another sprint, and an hour should be fine because I did not read that much in October.
Just a heads up, I may disappear in this sprint.
Oh, yes, because you have to.
Because I'm realizing that we may end right before I'm needing to leave, so it'll just depend on how much I'm able to get like ready for my appointment.
Sounds good. If we don't see you again, we'll see you on sprints later tonight.
Or you'll see me. So I'll be back soon enough. I might be able to hop back on.
Sounds good.
If I'm up to it. So.
Sounds perfect. Okay, I will see you all in an hour. Hello. I lost track of the timer again. This happened to me a couple weeks ago when I was making a thumbnail. It's like, oh,
Timer.
hello, I'm back. It's fine. Let me do the hellos and then we're gonna do how we did. I was making a thumbnail and I was editing. That's what I did. But hello, Courtney. Hello, Bree. Hi, Christy. Hi, Carissa. How is everybody doing? Let us know how your sprint went. Margaret, how did you do?
I made a few phone calls and I got ready for my meeting. I've got like 10 minutes before I have to leave, so I figure I hang out for y'all until I gotta go.
For sure.
Hang out with y'all until I've gotta go.
Exactly. Not Margaret. Neva, how did you do? I know what we're doing. It's fine.
I DNF'd. I'm sorry.
What? Oh no.
I mean, like 1% more, and he like started talking to her like he's a cat, but he was like a talking cat.
Did he ever at one point while talking tell her he was a human?
Yeah, like he said, like, because she's like, you're a talking cat, whatever, and then he's like, I'm a man, kind of, and then she was like, what do you mean? Or a man mostly, and she's like, what do you mean mostly? Because like he's actually like a demon, which like I knew that from the synopsis, but like I just don't care.
Yeah, that's fair. That's
so I was like, well, this is stupid, and then I was like, 13% I'm DNFing.
Yeah, that's fair.
And
if you're not enjoying it, be done.
And then I realized that I DNF'd a few books this month, and I never because I showed you guys by you guys I mean the two people on screen in a group chat. Like my wrap up graphics for October, I put them in the group chat.
Yep.
And I realized that I never made a DNF graphic. So like I made everything else, but I did DNF like 3 or 4 books this month.
Fair.
I was like, I probably should include the DNF.
I feel like that could be an interesting, like all of the books I DNF'd this month and why you might want to read them.
Yeah, I just don't rate DNFs because I don't feel like I've read. I mean, I'd have to be like, I guess I've rated them before if I'm like 75% in.
I feel like it depends on why I DNF'd it and how far in. Because like if I DNF'd it because the author was insanely racist in the book or something like that, that's going to be a 1 star regardless of whether or not I finished it. Or if 100%. It's like, this is poorly written, I can't stand how, like, if it's something that's like something that I'm like, this would have affected how, this is what the rating would have been likely because of this anyways, I'll sit down and I'll rate it. But
well, the first book that I DNF'd this month was More Than Candy Corn, and I think that I honestly DNF'd it just because I had read, because it was a Halloween novella, like a smutty Halloween novella.
Yeah.
And it's one that I like got off of Stuff Your Kindle Day, right?
Oh, gotcha.
And when I read the synopsis, and I reread the synopsis before I read it, because I was like, why did I grab this off Stuff Your Kindle Day? But it would have been intriguing to me. Like, it might be a book that I try to come back to later. Yeah. But I think because I also did Smutella.
Too much.
There was enough in Smutella. Like, all of my Smutella books were only... Well, 2 were 4 stars and 2 were 3.5, but I read the 3.5 stars back to back. And so I think that More Than Candy Corn was just, I was like, this is going to be just like another like 3-star smut book. So like, what's the point?
Yeah, it was too much all in a row.
Yeah.
So something good.
Yeah. So I was like, let's move on. Plus then I had like Tress, which was 3.5. Like the lowest rating all month was 3.5. But then I had like, I think 3 DNFs.
Yeah. Until the last week of the month where I threw up my TBR and decided that I needed to change what I was reading if I was going to have a good month. It was a very 3.5 month.
Yeah, which, I mean,
3.5, which is not bad, but it's not great.
Sometimes that's just what we get. You know what I mean? Which is like fine, but like it also makes it hard for me to want to read things.
Yeah. So the last week of the month, I was like, no, which was last week. I was like, no, I need to do something different. And I had 2 5-star reads when I did that, which was great. But yeah, before that, it was rough. And not that 3.5 is bad. It's just when you have like 4 or 5,
a bunch of them
in a row. Yeah.
Yeah, 3.5 is not a bad rating, but when you have a bunch of them in a row, it's just kind of like, what is the?
I feel like there's
do I even like reading? Like that's what it comes down to.
Yeah, we all have this point where we're like, listen, it's not that these books are bad. They just I need a book that I'm going to absolutely love and is going to become my new personality. And I know that's a lot of pressure to put on a book. Yeah. So maybe I should probably just reread Little Thieves when those things happen. But you want to get involved in new stuff and start watching new stuff and be involved in fandom with new people.
But I did decide that I'm just gonna reread this for November anyway. So I just decided I'm just gonna do my reread of Ninth House. This is like the Barnes and Noble special, like exclusive edition or whatever.
Yeah, Brianna, if you're still in this chat, it's your fault that I'm going to Barnes and Noble today. This is it's Brianna's fault.
I have both Ninth House and Hellbent in this like edition. They were only like $20.
Yeah,
I love this. Straight edges are just becoming
the Barnes and Noble like edition or whatever. So the Hellbent has black sprayed edges. I'm pretty sure. Mm-hmm. But I was like, well, let's just do a book that is 6 stars.
It's going to be good. I think that's fun.
We support Ninth House reading on this channel.
Yeah. Eva, is the snake shiny?
Yeah, it's like foiled. I don't know if you can see it, but
it's your fault too that I'm going to Barnes and Noble. No, I'm just kidding.
It is. It's like not foiled, but it's like a shiny. I'll like take a video for you so you can see it. Yeah, I can see it way better like in front of my face. Yeah, but the snake is foiled, and then if I remember correctly, I think the
rabbit's eyes, maybe
rabbit's eyes, or maybe the whole rabbit are foiled on Hellbent.
Yeah.
But I really got them because I just wanted the sprayed edges. I couldn't tell from the listing photos that it was like shiny. I didn't care about that.
I feel like the sprayed edges, especially when it's just like a single cover. Like Brianna's asking why is it my fault? You sent pretty books in the chat. That's why.
You did do that.
And they're books that I want to read, so now I have to go get them and see if
I have that copy. Listen, I know nobody else in that group chat. Well, maybe Brianna would read it. No, I don't really think it's any like honestly that Sick Love that I sent that hardcover. I'm gonna get that. I gave that book 5 stars. Yeah. But I don't think that it's really like a book that anyone else in our group chat
in the group chat is it. You're just like, look at this pretty thing.
It's very. I like it. That's why I was like, I need this because I will, and I will be getting that in January. I do not care. Come hell or high water, it will be on my shelf.
That's fair. Margaret, have you seen the new sprayed edges special edition of If We Were Villains?
No,
because I know Neva.
Yes. No, wait. Is that the one that has the blood on it?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I think I asked you if you'd seen that one.
Oh, you may have.
So pretty.
Yeah. Very excited.
I feel like it's probably a pretty low cost way to make your books, like the books that you're getting at your store, stand out. Mm-hmm. Especially with books getting, and I understand that part of this is paper costs, especially with books getting more expensive.
Yep.
Well, and then like at my Walmart, the Legends and Lattes books are the new ones that just came out that have the sprayed edges. They're only $25 a piece. And that's cheaper than what you can get them on Amazon. On Amazon, they're like $30 a piece.
Yeah.
Well, so Amazon is always my last place I try to get books because for me, it's actually mostly because I know that is where the author gets the least royalties.
Mm-hmm.
So it's but it's also that most of the time I order things from Amazon and then they come damaged. They come
horrible. Yes.
I absolutely refuse to order a special edition of a book and then it come damaged. Like I'll send it back, but I will also be pissed off that like you sent me a sprayed edges edition of a book and it was damaged.
So they're doing Amazon special editions now because I got, and they were fine because I bought both of them at the same time, but I have the next 2 books in the Expanse series in like a pretty sprayed edge special edition.
Yes.
I sent Brittany the picture. Yes. I'm so happy because like I want them in hardcover, but they don't come in hardcover. And like 4 books into the series, they decided to switch. They put the author's name on the spine biggest and then the name of the series small. And I fucking hate
why they do this mid-series. Like I do not understand.
It's not like if James S.A. Corey, if this was not their first series that they'd done, if that was not 4 books into their very first series that they'd done, I could understand doing that because like I could see doing that on a Stephen King book or something. Like, because that's what people are looking for Stephen King.
Yes.
I don't care. I want Sibylla Byrne.
Yeah.
I don't want I did buy a book because it's a James S.A. Corey book. It's very interesting. Like they're going a different anyways. But I'm not buying it because James S.A. Corey, I wasn't buying those books because I was buying them because they're Expanse books.
Mm-hmm.
And I wanted an Expanse book.
Exactly.
So.
I don't understand why we even change it mid-series no matter what, because that's so annoying. Also, Bowen, I'm glad that you're having a ton of trick-or-treaters, but I understand this stress. We don't get that many. Every year, I'm like, we get less and less, to be honest. And I'm like, where are all the cute kids in their costumes? But
I lied. It wasn't in the chat. It was on Brianna's Instagram. So it's still your fault. But I just feel like I should tell people.
Oh, yes. The 2 pretty books that she bought for hitting 5K.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
And I know I want to read that series. So if I love that series, I'm going to want the sprayed edition.
They're very
just on the off chance. Listen, I messed up with Little Thieves. I'm not making that mistake again.
This is why I keep buying books that are sprayed edges that I don't know if I'll like, because the one time it will be a book I want, I will decide I want it after it's sold out.
There have been times that I'm like, I'm not like me wanting to get rid of this book. I'm not sure enough, but if I'm like, this could be a Margaret, this sounds like a Margaret book, like from different, I'm going to get it because I'll just resell it. I'm going to leave you guys with, I feel much less like a crazy person telling my yarn to behave now that my yarn bowl has eyes.
That makes sense. That makes perfect sense.
I don't know if you have ever seen me like glare at my yarn and go, stop it, like while we're like live. I feel so much less like a crazy person now that it has eyes.
Makes perfect sense to me.
But I gotta go. Thank you for having me. I might be back, but I will see some of you tonight.
Sounds good. Bye. Hold on, let me fiddle with this. Look, I'm even prepared with 9th house.
I will say, I was like, I should just tell her that I'm using the Barnes & Noble Special Edition, but technically the audiobook that I have is through Audible, so it's that cover.
Well, to be honest, this is not the cover that my book is. I have this cover, which I don't like any better. Told you. It's rough over here.
That is one of the ugliest covers I've ever seen.
That's why I went with this one.
Wow.
This is not better, but it is better. You know what I mean?
That one, at least, like I would display, like even like if I needed a theme, like you could use it for a theme. What are you going to use that other cover for?
I have no idea. I don't even know how I got
it in the back of your bookcase. That's what you're going to do.
It was in my big stack of mass markets that I never look at. But I needed a sense, and here we are. So here we are.
That is crazy. Absolutely.
Reading the books that are hidden in places. 74% in my audio. Awesome. Ate lunch and got footage imported. Desperately behind on getting this vlog up today, but I'm behind in life. This happens. It's okay.
Yeah, I'm behind in content this week too. It's fine.
It happens. You'll get it done eventually. That's all that matters. Got to page 228 in my book. Read 32 pages of Shadow and Storms. Really intrigued by this finale. I know that sprint did go really fast. Read 3 pages in Pumpkin Spice Cafe, and I'm loving it. I'm so glad you're loving it. Got to 39%. Back from my kids' costume parade. So cute. That does sound fun. Yes. The one in the chat doesn't come out to August.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I did. It was just stupid. Like the banter wasn't bantering. That's first. And that really annoys me when like an author tries to write banter. I'm not saying that this author is like bad or that I would never try this author again. But I think this is her debut too. So like I would just say that the banter wasn't bantering. And when he did tell her that he was a cat or that he was not a cat, I didn't care. And also like have you ever had like where the character, like the main character is so freaked out, like because she was like, you slept on my bed, did you see me naked? Because she had like gotten undressed with because she thought he was a cat. And so like their uncomfortability makes you feel uncomfortable. And now I can't undo it. And now I'm forever gonna be uncomfortable around this weird cat demon thing. So no.
I couldn't get the audiobook for this. in time for this vlog. That was the problem.
Okay. Well, we all know Brittany's not going to read something without the audio, so.
We all know this. This actually is not like it's 3 stars. Like it's very mid, but like, you know, it feels buzzword. It's a fast read. It's fine.
I mean, Tress of the Emerald Sea was very mid for me, but I gave it 3.5 because I liked the ending. I liked how everything like concluded and stuff.
Yes.
See, that's a book where we have a human that is cursed as an animal. I'm not going to tell you who it is because if you want to read the book, that would ruin it for you. But, and then, like, they literally can't talk about their curse. So it all comes to fruition at the end, and it makes sense why they didn't tell, like, hey, I am actually this person. You know what I mean?
It depends on how it's done, for sure.
And it was done weird and squiggly.
Sometimes editing has to be a tomorrow task because like your brain needs to be in a certain place to edit, and sometimes it's just not. I feel like that with filming though too. Like if I'm not in the mood to film, what I film will not be good.
Oh yeah, if I'm not in the mood to film, I'm just not going to.
It's just not like it's not gonna.
The vlog that I'm working there that I was working on this week, I scrapped the footage and I'm just gonna redo it next week because I filmed the first 2 days and I didn't feel like filming at all yesterday, and so I was like, it's not real, like, because it's a realistic vlog, so it's not real, like really realistic now because like I'm not, because realistically, like I would still, if I wanted to film, like I would have still filmed, and I did like read yesterday, but I just never turned the camera on.
Yeah, and
it's not really a vlog where I can like skip a day and make it look like I didn't, you know what I mean? So I was just like, fuck it.
Yeah, which is fine. Totally fine. Okay, we should probably get back to reading. I'm going to try and get close to the 50% mark so that I can update the vlog on this, which is basically what I've just told you all, is that it's more it has a cozy vibe, not really a romance vibe. So
I believe in you. You can do it. Which
is not necessarily a bad thing. Like a cozy vibe, like that's fine.
Yeah.
Could be worse.
It still looks, that cover still makes it look like a fairy tale book. Like it makes it look like a retelling.
Whoever did these covers needs.
And I know that's not like that's not the author's fault. It's the publisher.
No.
But like, what were you thinking?
I wonder if there's like any other covers that like make it scream sports romancy. Now I'm curious.
Yeah, because that yellow cover doesn't.
None of them do. Hold on. There's a lot of editions, so potentially. Nope. Nope. Not one. Nothing says sports romance. I'll tell you that right now. This is the best one. This is the closest. Right here.
And that gives me Cinderella.
We really missed the mark on the cover here. But it's fine. Okay. I will see you all in an hour.
Hello, we're back. How did everybody do? Let me know. I DNF'd my book. There was about 3 quick comments in succession that I was like, no. And I instantly put it down. We had a fat phobic comment. We then had the main character just talking about nailing her, which I was like, what? Pourquoi? So no. And then we had a whole scene where she's doing her private investigating that was just riddled with Islamophobia. And I was like, okay, that's the end of that book, because no, didn't really even want to read it to begin with. So like, no. So I DNF that book. So I am going to start my next book, which is Only Love Can Hurt Like This. Hopefully this is better. I'm much more excited for this book immediately. So that should be good. So this is what we're going to read next. It was a mess, Ro. It was a mess to start with, and it just got to be a mess. It just got messier and messier by the minute, to be honest. So like, goodbye, book.
Well, how we both DNF'd books during these.
I'm going to eat it at the sun, to be honest. It was bad.
Oh, I mean, mine. I took like a screenshot of the cover, so I have it for my. So I had it for my Instagram post, and then it went immediately back to Kindle Unlimited.
Yeah, no. We don't need racist books here. We don't need that. No, we do not. Goodbye. But I am going to count it as my buzzword book because I don't want to read another one.
I mean, I feel like that's fair though. Like and especially if you had to deal with racism.
Seriously, I read like 100 pages. That's a good amount. So like, I read enough.
Yeah, I feel. Oh, you read 100 pages?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I'd definitely count it.
Yeah, and then it got fatphobic and Islamophobic, and I went, never mind.
Yikes.
Yeah. Also, did you hear the part when I said that he looked at her? This is the love interest, and he said internally that he was going to nail her.
What?
I knew Neva was going to have a reaction to that. That's why I was
like, well, as I checked, you are not a hammer and I am not a nail, so you won't be nailing anything around.
This is the opposite of a man written by a woman that we want.
Disgusting. Sounds like a man written by a man to me.
I was like, what is happening? And it wasn't good to begin with, but like it really took a turn there. And I was like, no, can't. No. Hard pass. Goodbye. Yeet at sun. So
disgusting.
I'm going to read this now, which I think potentially might make me cry, but that's fine. Really different vibes happening.
You know. I did not read. I took a shower and put my Halloween costume on.
I love that for you.
And unfortunately, I think I might have to order a new one of these because I think it like shrunk. Because like the ankles are like not long.
Are they too short?
Like when I sit down, they like ride like way up, like past my ankle, which like is fine. I mean, honestly, like if I had money to, I would just go like to Walmart, because like Walmart has, at least Walmart here, they have like their onesies, like their pajamas, but they all have like hoods like this.
Mm-hmm.
So like this one is like Harley Quinn.
I love that though. So,
but I got it off I think Mariah ordered it or something off Amazon.
Mm-hmm.
But they have one that's Hello Kitty, and like the hood is like Hello Kitty's face. Ooh. But like I don't have money to like do that today.
Yeah, another time.
So it's fine because me and Ari are Harley Quinn, and then Ryan is doing Joker. I think they're both doing makeup. You're not putting makeup on my face. Get away from me.
No, this is as decorated as I get.
He's like, you don't want face paint, and I was like, no. I hate the way makeup feels on my face.
No, we do not need that. No. I support this choice. That was about the point where I stopped liking the pumpkin spice cafe book. Was about there. It was fine. Like there was nothing wrong with it. It was just very fine. Do you know? It was fine. I hope you like betting on you a little bit better. I liked it. It's very YA, but like if you still like YA romance, then you'll probably really like it. Finish my book. Yay. Thank you, Ro. They're pumpkins. You know me, I love a good headband. I have them for all holidays and reasons.
As one should, honestly.
You know,
I have Grinch. I have like a Grinch onesie that I wear at Christmas time. So
yeah. So you have onesies. I have headbands.
yeah, it's definitely like hooded onesies for me.
Yeah, I'm headband.
Mine is like you put the hood up and it's like the Grinch's face.
I have a whole basket of them.
Yeah.
For
So
all
that's why Brittany and I are best friends, because we do stuff for the holidays. I do onesies and she does headbands, so it's fine.
We're cute like that. Just got back from picking up the kiddos from school. Have not had lunch yet. So getting lunch and getting ready for trick-or-treating soon. Same. I expect to start seeing children at any moment here because it's 5:00.
Yeah, our citywide starts at 6.
Yeah. I suspect that at any point in time I could have trick-or-treaters.
But we're gonna take Ari the drugstore here in town, which I'm not gonna tell you what that is because then I'll dox myself. The drugstore here in town, they do a thing at like 5.
Mm-hmm.
They like give out candy and like hot dogs.
Well, that's fun.
And so they do that at 5, and then citywide trick or treat is from 6 to 8.
Yeah.
But it is like cold out, so I don't know if she's gonna want to actually trick or treat for the whole time.
We lucked out. It's warm here today, like really, really warm. Hold on. What temperature is it? 18 degrees Celsius, which if someone would like to do that math, it's warm. Which is nice for the kids. Read 10 pages so that I have read 2% of Betting on You, and the tension is very much tensioning. Yes, I remember the start of that book. They really, they had to learn to like each other in that book. Got to 46%, did some catching up on book 2 while answering work emails. Read the article of this section for the outline and got halfway through outlining it. 15 minutes edited and only talked about one book. You know what? This happens though. I don't know what, is this a vlog? Especially in vlogs. Sometimes I've been talking about a book for ages in a vlog. This vlog, I feel like I'm switching books quite often just because they've been all romances. So like, you know, there's only so much you can say about a romance before you've talked it through.
Right. There's only so much romancing going on in a romance.
There's only so much that I can say that isn't like really late in the book that I should probably not talk about it. You know what I mean? Like there's only so much. This I don't think like it has a romance, but I think this is more like contemporary fiction with a romance in it. It says it's going to have me crying and turning pages. We'll
wow.
see. That's what the bag says.
I mean, at least the cover's pretty on this one, unlike the last one.
I know. Will break my heart into tiny pieces. I can see how this ended up on my shelf because like those kind of books are the ones that I'm like, yes, please.
Yeah, I'm like, yes, emotional trauma. Let's go. And then if you're me, you read it on the internet in front of everyone.
Well, I'm about to, although I won't get that far through it today. So I doubt I'll get to like the actual like heartbreakingness of it. You never know. In my romance era, I'm so glad that you're in your romance era. It's a fun time when you're in your romance era. Loving both, while the last 3 fantasies were horrid rides. Oh no, that's rough. Horrid rides, the one where you want to throw yourself from a building. Now there's a review. I'm so sorry.
That is a review though. Wow.
That's a review. None of my kids needed makeup this year. That's lovely.
I mean, really, Ari didn't need makeup. Ryan felt like he needed makeup, and so he bought makeup. And then Ari was like, "Oh, I want to wear makeup too." And I was like, "Cool. Well, I'm not doing people's makeup because I don't know how to do it." So like, because Ryan said something about like, "Oh, you might have to help me," and I'm like, "How do you want me to help you? I don't put makeup on my own face. You think I know how to put it on other people's?"
Literally.
Not.
Yeah, we don't have to do makeup. Matt's a hot dog this year. Like he's got one of those. He tends to go for a food related costume. I don't know why.
That's fair.
But like whatever. If whatever he wants to dress up as. He was pizza one year. This year we're a hot dog. I really don't care. As long as he's having fun, he can be whatever he chooses. For those in the comments, if you're dressing up, what are you dressing up as? if you're not dressing up but have to dress your children, what are they dressing up as? Because that's me. This is as dressed again. This is as dressed up as I get. I wear cute little head things. Still like it though, but I just read too much of the book, so it bummed me out. Yeah, sometimes if you try to push through a book, that's why I was like, well, first of all, if the book is problematic, I'm going to DNF it. But even if I'm not liking a book, I'm probably going to DNF it because if I push through too much, I might put myself into a slumpy slump, and that's bad. That's not what
no one wants that.
Nobody wants that. Luckily, I don't feel like I picked up that many like problematic books this year. Like I feel like I've been fairly good about that. Although there is a couple that I have, this one being one of them, obviously. The one that I just finished. That will go. That not finished. Well, finished as much as I'm going to read it. Here trick-or-treating is not as big, and I haven't seen people do it in a while. Interesting. That's true, because like different places of the world, it might be different. That's really true. Can't go trick-or-treating, and my fam just went to my sister's where everyone is trick-or-treating. Ryan, I'm so sorry you can't go trick-or-treating. I'm not going either. My son is going with his dad, and I get to chill here with all of you. But that's my preferred way of doing it because I don't like to go in the cold, although it's not cold this year, but like it's rarely not cold.
I mean, Ari told me yesterday she didn't want me to go trick-or-treating, which like, okay. She was like, I'd rather Rye take me. Okay. But like, I don't think he's going to go for that. Like, I also don't really want to go trick-or-treating because it's freaking cold outside.
Yeah. That's why I don't like to go, but it's not cold.
But I feel like what will happen is like, she'll tell me that she wants just him to take her trick-or-treating. They'll start trick-or-treating, and then I'll get a phone call that's like, Ari wants you to come trick-or-treating with us.
Yeah, that's 100% what's going to happen. Thank you, Alicia, for doing the math. It's 64 Fahrenheit.
That is warm.
Yeah, it's warm for October. It's not like summer, but it's not like cold.
But it's warm.
Yeah, it's warm. For Canada in October, she's beautiful. Hello, Jojo. Reading Dead Stream for NetGalley November.
And I have this book also on my NetGalley because it was like, I think it was a read now for like 48 hours.
Yeah.
But for NetGalley November, I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm just starting from the top and working my way down.
That's smart. That's smart. I've slightly abandoned my NetGalley. Like
because at this point, anything that comes, I have a bunch of 2025 stuff that's coming out.
Yeah.
But there's still like, I got 2 of my like most anticipated books. Well, one is for 2024 and one is for 2025. And I'm like, okay, I do need to do I need to read the 2024 one because I think it releases in the end of November or like early December.
Yeah.
I need to read the first book in that series first, which I do have it. Like I own it on Kindle. So I need to read that so I can read the second book to then review the second book. And then the other one doesn't actually come out until 2025. So I was like, I have time to read the 2025 books. Like, I don't need to rush myself on that. So I'm just going to try to knock out. I mean, I have some that are from 2023. We're not going to talk about it.
Yeah, no, it's fine. It's fine. Grayson's being a pit person from the movie Cars. Nora is Emily Elizabeth and Beckham is Clifford. And that is adorable.
Thank you.
Also, I saw a picture of Nora the other day on Instagram and was blown away at the sheer grown-upness of Nora. I was like,
because all these babies that I've seen be born since doing BookTube, I'm like, weren't you born like 2 weeks ago?
I know. I was shook it.
Listen, I saw Eloise when she was not even a week old. Like I held her. I have a photo of me holding Eloise when she was just born. And every time I see pictures of Eloise, I'm like, you look like a completely different child.
Literally. I was like, what happened? What happened?
It's crazy.
Yeah, there are books that I'm like, how were you ever published? Like how? Oh, it's Cleo from Clifford. Oh, got you.
Yeah, Rye. So Rye was supposed to be Cleo from Clifford.
Mm-hmm.
But she had knee surgery.
Gotcha. Poor Rye. But at least you get to hang out with us, which is not as exciting as trick-or-treating with your kids, but we'll keep you busy. Kiddos are doing Princess Peach and Minecraft character in, do you know how to say that?
Netherite.
Cool. Armor. There you go.
I have no idea what that means, but I know how to say it because my brothers play. So
There you go. I was like, I have no Minecraft knowledge.
I'm not interested in Minecraft. I tried Minecraft for about 5 minutes and then said, no.
It is a little bit complicated. I was like, supposed to dress up as I have a PhD level class tonight, but due to the fact that I'm not paying attention when I left the house this afternoon, I'm apparently not. That's a mood. Chose Michael Myers this year. That's it. You are dressed up as PH student Barbie. Exactly.
So, I think Chris was the one that said that I should have dressed up as Magnolia Parks. So I'm doing that next year.
You so should.
And I didn't even think about it because Magnolia Parks has melanated skin. Like her and my skin tone are very similar. So if I got a wig and then just looked at some like fan art or even like went through like the Magnolia Parks books and just found like dupes for the designer clothes that she wears, I totally could be Magnolia Parks.
I love this, Brie. I saw that Peta Murgatroyd did this on her TikTok also, doing the break dancing from Australia, and I had a cackle.
Well, Kelly Clarkson, her and all of her like people for her show, because it's their Halloween episode today, they all dressed up as characters from Beetlejuice.
Oh.
So Kelly Clarkson was Beetlejuice, and then like one of the girls was Lydia. Like there was like one guy, one
I'll
of
have
her,
to look that up.
I think band members or something. I shared it to my story.
Oh, I'll see it then. I'll look. Had dinner and played my TBR game, and that's why we read multiple books at once to keep us interested. Exactly. Bit tired from the last couple of weeks, so I am Umbreon because oversized hoodie and black pants is as much as I can do right now. Salute. Totally fine. 7 Celsius here. Ooh, that's getting a little chilly. We're heading into some chilliness. Hufflepuff. There you go. You know more than me, Neva.
I know nothing. I literally like I can say words. That's about it.
Well, at least you were here because I couldn't. I would have been like, and that's something I don't know.
Some kind of armor. Cool.
There you go. Exactly. I'm going to eat dinner in this sprint because I feel like if I wait any longer, it will just be constantly interrupted by people knocking at my door. So I think that's what I'm going to do next. And then I'll try and read between people knocking at the door. I may not get as much reading done as I think I'm going to get done tonight. That probably is true. Depends on how busy we are, but I will see you all in an hour. Hello. I was messaging instead of finding out how far I made it through this book. I did 8% in that sprint. And I had dinner. So I did. I'm liking this much better.
Well, thank God. Because the last book was something.
Wouldn't have taken much to be.
Hi.
Hey, Ari, how are you?
Happy Halloween.
Halloween to you.
Halloween for you too.
Yes, it is Halloween for
Wait,
me.
what the heck?
Yes, it is. It is still Halloween here for me too.
It's Halloween over here too.
Awesome.
All right, go watch.
Did you have a good day?
Yep.
Good.
You know what I'm watching for Halloween?
Are you excited?
I said, you know what I'm watching?
Oh, I thought you said something else. No, what are you watching?
I'm watching Descendants 1.
I mean, the Descendants franchise is fantastic. So fair. We love this for you. I have a question for you though. What is your favorite candy to get on Halloween?
I think she's gonna show you.
I love a show and tell.
Go ahead. Okay, be careful of the sucker books. Okay, there you go. Suckers and gum.
Love it. Those are good choices.
Come on.
I don't want that. You have it. You keep it.
Ari, Alicia's saying hi to you if you want to say hi too.
I want to give it to somebody, but I
Okay.
can't give it to
Say
Ryan
hi.
because some of his teeth are broken.
It's fine. Say hi to Alicia.
Hi. Hi, Alicia.
Okay, we'll just go put it up for now.
She's adorable. Adorable.
I did not read.
That's fine.
I went and got Ari from the bus.
I
so.
forgot to get a bookmark, so now I'm just like stuck with like nothing, you know?
That's the worst.
I'm wondering if the bookmark, I might still have the bookmark in the book that I DNF'd. No, I took it out. That's unfortunate.
Of course, right?
Where did I put it though? When I took it out.
That's the $1 million question.
I found it. It doesn't match this book, but it's a Halloween bookmark, so I feel like it's appropriate.
And you can do it for now, and then you can just switch it out when you're near other bookmarks.
Correct. This will do for now versus just like, I hate leaving the book just like upside down because I feel like it like ends the covers, especially on paperbacks. And I'm like, no.
Plus, I feel like if it's a holiday themed bookmark, it doesn't necessarily need to match your book. So if it's the holiday time, like today is Halloween, so like it doesn't need to match your book because you're using a Halloween bookmark. But then you could like switch it out tomorrow, you know?
Absolutely. I agree, and that's what I'm gonna do. Did I plan it that way? No, but it's what we're gonna do.
But that's how it worked out. It's fine.
So it's fine. It's fine. I'm so excited for you to reread Ninth House. I kind of want to join you, but like do not have time.
Okay, so here's the thing. I thought at first, because I bought this audiobook forever ago, like when we
read it. Yeah.
And I forgot that the beginning they talk in a different language. Like because they read this page.
Oh yeah.
And
is it Latin?
Yeah. So I'm sitting here and I'm like listening to it, and I'm like, because it does like the welcome to Audible, right? It does all that in English.
And then it changes.
And then it changed to Latin, and I was like, do I have the wrong I was like, there's no way, because I listened to this. The immersion read it when we read it together.
We did.
And then so I was like, okay, I'll just give it a second. So I like picked the book up and I like flipped to the page really quick, and I was like, oh,
that's why.
Because it does translate it directly underneath. So I was like, oh, but it threw me off. It was like, I do not remember this part of the book.
I forgot that it started in a different language too, to be honest. I just love that book so much, but I'm not going to reread them until the third one's coming out, which will still be a while.
Yeah, but I am so behind. I meant to read Hellbent this year and I never got to it.
Oh, that's right. You've never read Hellbent. Ma'am.
And the only versions of the physical books I have are these Barnes and Noble copies, and so I'm really like, I'm gonna use a bookmark in it, but I'm basically just gonna listen to it because I don't really want to like crease my Barnes and Noble copies. So I will one day have them in like hardbacks because I really like the hardbacks.
Mhm.
And then I'll like annotate those and stuff because there's stuff in here I want to annotate, but
Same.
so good. But when you do your reread, I'd probably reread them with you, to be honest, just because I will. I know I'll have to reread it when the third one comes out because we don't know. Like it's still in the future somewhere.
Well, there was 3 years between Ninth House and Hellbent, so I don't expect.
Right.
And there's already been a year since Hellbent.
Right. So
And
I
there's
don't expect to have it till like 2027, at least.
I would say, yeah. So what's 3 years? 2023, 2024, 2025, 2026? Yeah, 2026.
Yeah, I would look at like 2026, maybe 2027.
Yeah.
Depending. But yeah, I never read because I meant to read Hellbent this year because I was like, well, you have it, you need to read it. And I have the audio for it. But I tried to start Hellbent, I think in May, and I didn't remember anything. Like there was a lot of stuff I was missing, and I was like, I have to do a reread of Ninth House before I can move on with this series.
Yeah.
So November, I'm hoping to reread Ninth House and then move on to Hellbent like immediately after, so that there's no time gap between knowing what was going on.
Mhm.
And it's going to be a great time because I've not read Hellbent yet.
I loved Hellbent more than Ninth House, which is high praise because I adored Ninth House.
I remember you said that. And right now, Ninth House is still sitting at a 5-star because at the time that we read it, I wasn't doing 6 stars. So I don't think I'm going to adjust my rating until I read Hellbent, because if Hellbent is better than Ninth House, it could just be a 6-star series, similar to Icebreaker.
good.
Icebreaker is technically a 6-star series, even though I gave the second one 5 stars. If you average it out, it's more.
Yes, and that's similarly because I don't do 6 stars, so I gave 5, 4, 5.
Yeah, and so if you average it out, it's really like a 5-star anyway.
Yeah, because that middle book is not as good as the other two.
Is not, but I think it's because the story arc is completely different.
It's completely different. I just don't relate to those characters
That too.
nearly as much as I relate to these two.
And Wildfire, I think where Wildfire for me, like I didn't relate to the characters as much either, but Wildfire for me was like a disconnect because it took place during the summertime, and Icebreaker and Daydream both take place during the school year.
Mm-hmm. At the school, where Wildfire is at a completely different place.
Yeah, it's like at a camp.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that's fine. Like, I didn't hate it, obviously. I still gave it 4, or I gave Wildfire 5 stars because I gave the other 2 6. But.
Yeah. I mean, anything Hannah Grace wants to write at this point, I will read it. So it's fine.
I'm saying. So good.
Whatever the next thing is, because I don't anticipate anything more in this series. I feel like that was the end.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm sure she's going to keep writing.
But I'm sure she will write something else, and I will read it. So,
absolutely.
Decided on my next read. What did you decide to read? Updated a vellum file and finished a business meeting. Very nice. Are you done with your meetings for today? Because that would be top tier to be done with the meetings for the day. We have another happy Halloween to Ari. Finished editing. Yay. Making a thumbnail. I also made a thumbnail a couple sprints ago. I was
gonna be like, dang, you were ahead of the curve.
I've definitely made multiple thumbnails in the last few weeks. A couple of sprints ago, but I don't know if it's done. Like, when they just don't necessarily, there's a moment where they just don't feel finished and you don't really know what should be there.
You're like, it's missing something. I've definitely been like, this is missing something. And then I like put it, like I go as far as to like almost post the video. And then I'm like, I know what this is missing. And then I go back and redo it.
Literally. I'm like, what is this missing? I might change the background out. I wonder if that will help. Because I have like multiple standard like backgrounds of my bookshelves and whatever. So I might change out the background, see if that helps. We'll see. Something about it. Something's not right. But I stopped looking at it to think like if I let my brain percolate on it for a minute.
Maybe it'll come to you.
It'll come to you. Exactly. Because it's my October wrap up because I took the picture when I filmed it earlier and then was like, oh, make the thumbnail. But like, obviously I haven't edited the video or anywhere near have it up because I just filmed it. So like, I've got time to let it resonate. Why
Is it not letting me click comments? There we go.
Oh, I love this book.
I hope you love this. I have a hot take on this book, but
I
but I
mean,
really like the second half.
I don't even think it's a hot take, to be honest, because I've heard other people that gave this book similar ratings to what I did, because I gave it 6 stars both times I read it.
Yeah.
And I know that a lot of people gave it 5 stars, but had that same feeling, because I had that same, because actually rereading it, I was like, that was like the one thing I didn't jive with super well with the book, because because I was like, why did you do that? But then like the further you get into it, it changes.
50% on.
It takes a real hard like left turn, and then you're like, oh, this is what everybody is like raving about.
Agreed. It took me about 50% to love it, and then I loved it. So I gave it a 3.5, right? If you aren't, because that's just because I didn't love the beginning of it, but I loved the second half, and I've already gotten the second book because it was on Audible sale. Because I think the second book I'm probably gonna like more than the first.
You'll definitely like the second book more, because because now that it's deviated from the thing that you didn't like very much, it doesn't go backwards.
Right. And well, it couldn't really, because it wouldn't like work out any longer for that to happen. So I think it's just going to continue in the vein that I was really excited about. So I think I'm going to like the second book more. Done with my meetings for the day. Yes. Now I need to cook dinner and clean the litter boxes. Then I can actually sit down and read for a bit. What are you having for dinner? Sorry, Rye. It's just me who thinks this. Neva does too, but overlooked it. I just felt like the beginning was too close to the Disney animated story.
I don't even think I overlooked it. I think that I kind of was like, okay, if this is how the whole story is going to go, then I just won't continue the series.
Yes.
Because at the time that I read the first book, only the first and second books were out.
Yeah.
And we weren't sure when we were getting a third book. So because this, for some reason, like at the beginning, like at the end of last year, and then like the beginning, like through last year and then through the beginning of this year, for some reason, I just went on like a Kindle Unlimited spree where I was just reading book series that weren't done yet. Like I did that with Witsec. I did it with the Vicious Lost Boys. I did it with a whole bunch of them, and the Bonded by Thorn series was one that I did it with. And I think for me, if it had continued to follow the Disney movie so closely, I just wouldn't have continued after the first book. I would have finished the first book, but I wouldn't have continued.
Yep.
But then because it took such a drastic turn, not a bad turn, but such a drastic turn, and then it became its own story, I don't know that I overlooked it. I just was like, okay, well, obviously it has to go somewhere else now, because otherwise this story arc won't work.
Yeah, that makes sense. Exactly. I actually have a question for the chat too. I posted this question elsewhere, but I'd love everybody else's opinion. So this 24-hour timer that I'm doing is, can I finish Buzzword in 24 hours? Or not can I? It's like finishing Buzzword in 24 hours, because I was quite behind when I started this 24-hour timer. The problem is that I read more books in 24 hours than I think I do. And I'm 90% sure now that I will have completed Buzzword, but there will be timer left by like 1 or 2 hours.
In my opinion, then you win.
But do I finish the timer? Like, what do you want to see me read in that 24-hour timer? Or do I just like stop?
So for me personally, because you're specifically seeing if you can finish Buzzword in like by the time your 24-hour timer goes off.
Yeah.
I feel like that's more of a competition with yourself, right? Can you beat the timer? Like that's how it came off to me.
It's like finishing. I guess I could call it, can I?
But you could be like, can I, whatever, right? You could just make it like a game.
It's true.
And then be like, well, there's X amount of hours left in the timer, but technically you beat the timer, so you win.
Yeah. So that's my question is, do I tack something onto the end? Do I just end it? What does one do?
I vote to like make it a game. Like just make it like Like, just make it like a.
I honestly didn't foresee this to be a problem. It was fine.
Can I finish it? Can I beat the timer, the 24-hour timer, finishing buzzword books?
I had like 7 buzzwords to read. I didn't think this was going to be a problem.
Well, okay, but also like because you're doing them all with audio, so even if you're immersion reading them, you're still reading them faster than if you were reading them with your eyeballs.
I always forget that I read more than I think I do in 24 hours every time. Every time. Sounds good. And if I don't see you, have a good night's sleep. Out of bed, not a zombie. Now I have the whole day of editing ahead of me. Fun times. Hello, Gabby. Husband is sick, so popping in to do some last minute reading for Fablen. Sounds good.
You're gonna put the green makeup in your hair.
No, it's not for
Yeah,
her.
I may do such a thing. I may refilm the intro, which would be easily done. That would be an easy thing to do. Change it up.
Yes,
I think I'm gonna run out of time. Yeah, I'm gonna have to do it as a exactly beat the clock. Make it a game. Next time you could pull some challenges to slow you down.
Yeah, because you could. I mean, next time, if you decide next year, right? If you get to this point next year, you could do almost like a challenge wheel, right? So you could spin the wheel for what the challenge is for each book or something.
I wonder exactly how I did the intro because it might actually be fine. I may
just go back and rewatch your intro.
Look at it, and if not, I'll refilm it. That's easily done.
Yeah. Otherwise, I mean, an intro is easy enough to be
yeah. Well, there's nothing important in an intro. It's just me going, hey, I'm going to read this book while I can read it.
But I feel like if you know you're going to beat the 24-hour timer, because sometimes it can feel clunky, right? If you have a specific thing, a specific theme in mind,
it doesn't make sense.
And then you put other books that aren't part of what your theme was. It can feel kind of disconnected.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense to add anything to the end. That's why I was like, what does one do?
So I say just make it a challenge.
It'll only be an hour. It's not going to be disastrous.
It's not like you're going to finish everything in 12 hours. And
no, I have 12 hours and 2 books left because I only just started this.
Right. So I think it's fine. Because if you're only going to, even if you had 3 hours left on the timer, it would still just be that you beat the timer.
True. So I think, can I finish it in 24 hours? And then there you go.
So definitely deliberation. So definitely deliberation.
Yeah. It's Joker, yeah.
The problem is, if I do that, Brie, it's gonna be Taste of Sage. And you have told me very much not to read such a thing. Oh.
Yeah, I mean, you could do that too. You could make it a challenge where you get a reward if you beat the timer.
It could do. I don't have the audio.
I love how Brianna thinks that if she keeps saying it, you're going to read it without the audio. Brittany does nothing without audio, y'all, at this juncture in her life. There was once upon a time that she did most of her reading without audio, and unfortunately, we're just not in that era.
That was 2022 me.
The Brittany I first met on BookTube definitely read physically a lot.
Never picked up audio.
But 2023 and beyond, Brittany, listen, 2023, Brittany discovered immersion reading.
She did.
And by the end of 2023, she was like, I'm an audiobook girly now.
Yeah. I don't think it is in Canada. We don't have the same brand. Because I looked and it wasn't there. But I can double check. I'll double check. I'll double check.
Because didn't you say that it was on hold at your library?
Yes, but I couldn't get it.
And you guys don't use Hoopla in Canada, right?
I do, but it doesn't have very many things.
Got you. I mean, Hoopla is more expensive than Libby, so if your
It-
library doesn't want to pay it, then yeah.
I get like one book very rarely. Okay. Sounds good. I will try. Okay.
She's like, I'll try, but again, I'm not going to read it
If
without.
there's no audiobook, I cannot make this book. That's just how it is. Okay. That's how it is right now. That's my life.
She sent it to the group chat, Britt.
Oh, okay, cool. I'll check. Because I was like, I can't. I can't do it. I can't do it. Okay, this is gonna be the last sprint because I have to go to Bones, and we are doing the season 3 finale tonight, friends.
The best finale, really. So
Best finale, and also I realized the episode last week. I realized the episode before the finale is Pam, and I honestly did not realize Pam was season 3. To be truthfully honest. So, like, we are in for just a joyous occasion.
you're in for the time of your life, y'all.
Ride this evening, friends. It's a ride. So this will be the last sprint, and then this will redirect to Margaret's closing Fablen sprints as well. So there will be more sprints after this. I will see you all in an hour. Hello. We have made it to the end of sprints today. I did no reading during that, none at all. I had a child come back in from trick-or-treating, so I had to do all, because the costume has to come off and you have to get everybody settled and get the candy sorted, all the things that happen because we let him have candy when he walks in the door from trick-or-treating because you can't not have some of your candy. Like you have to have some, but you also cannot have all of it at 8 p.m. at night. So you can have some, but you cannot have all. So we went through, picked what we wanted to have for this evening, and then the rest I put away to be doled out for the next probably 3 weeks at the amount that is there. And that's what I was doing. I was just doing the parenting things and the post Halloween things. We still have a few kids coming to the door, but it's like stragglers at this point. You know what I mean? Neva, how did you do?
I did not read. So
Fair.
we went and picked up.
Halloween.
Yeah, we went and picked up dinner. And I'm an hour into this hour and a half long video about planner stuff.
Fun.
Because I didn't realize how long, how sometimes you'll be like, oh, I need to watch this video, and then you'll just click on it and you don't check how long it was. Yeah, I didn't check how long it was. And then she was like, I thought she was done. That's the thing. I was like, oh, that's a new release. Cool. That's a cool planner system.
I thought she was done.
And then she said, this is the part where you should probably grab your snack and your drink. And I was like, how long is this video? It's fun.
Also, for those who were invested in our last chat of what I was going to do, I went back and watched my intro to see if I needed to refilm it. And I don't. I literally said, can I finish in 24 hours? That was literal words. Those were the words that exited past me's mouth. And I went, good job, past me. Good job. Good job, past me. You did exactly what you needed to do. So basically, the challenge ends if the timer runs out or if I run out of books. Or if I run out of buzzwords. If I complete buzzword, then it's done. So I actually don't know if I'll run out of books before the end, but I'm suspecting that to be the case because I don't think these last 2 books are going to take long because they're this one. And then obviously the last buzzword is holiday. And me knowing this and being very excited that, we don't have Thanksgiving now. Our Thanksgiving's over. So now that Halloween is over, starting tomorrow, I can start transitioning into Christmas. So I will be reading a Christmas book. And I'm quite excited about it, to be honest. But a Christmas romance does not take a long time to read. So these are the last 2 buzzwords I have to do, November and December. Done. And considering how far behind I was at the start of this week, I have done very well for myself. Getting buzzword done. So that's good. I don't know where we were. I don't know. Oh, yes, I do. Because I said hello to Jess. That's where we were. Jess is here getting ready for the season 3 finale. Jess, I am ready. I am ready. If anyone noticed, I switched into my Ozak shirt. I switched into my bone sweater because I need to wear my bone sweater for the season 3 finale. I needed to. So I switched. And I'm so excited. I'm excited and I'm scared, even though I know what's going to happen.
You're scared because you know what's going to happen, Brittany.
This is one of those shows where they successfully did not leak this moment. Even before it aired, originally, normally you'd think something might have gotten out. So when you watched it the first time, which there are people watching it for the first time tonight with us that have never seen the season 3 finale. That's why I'm very cagey about saying any sort of things because they haven't seen it. You aren't prepared. You just don't, things happen that you just don't see coming. And it's just what? And before that, we have Pam. And for those who have seen Bones, you know what sweet treat Pam brings for one episode. So,
It's a lot going down here on Bones Watch Along tonight. But we also have a Halloween vlog. Bree, feel free to drop the link for anyone who needs a reading break and would like to watch a vlog. 100% of video going up tomorrow with my Halloween intro. I see no issue with this because we cannot be expected to remember to switch intros the day of the switch. Like no one can be expected to do that. We did lose Neva just for a second, but Neva's back now. Thank you everyone for hanging out.
My computer, apparently I forgot to plug my computer in when we left, so I came back, my computer was dead.
It happens. Happens to the best of us. Thank you, Neva. Thank you, Margaret, for hanging out with us earlier. And also thank you, Margaret, for this lovely month of Fablen. I know Margaret isn't here to hear me say this, but here we are. And also, for those who don't know, because I forgot to put up the redirect notice, I put up the last sprint notice just because I clicked the wrong banner. It's fine. These will redirect to Margaret's ending Fablen sprints, which start in 15 minutes. So there will be a little break where you can stretch, grab a drink, grab a snack, whatever. Come with me for Bones or head over to Margaret for some sprints, whichever you're doing tonight. Trick or treat, smell my feet. I did not smell the child's feet because Lord knows. You don't go smelling teenage boys' feet. That's not, nope. I almost made Neva choke on her food.
Almost died choking on a nugget. Damn.
Yeah,
I agree. I agree.
Mm-mm.
I have a teenage brother. Absolutely not.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Literally, aren't we all going to wish we had an emotional support sex sweater? So I had to change. I was like, TBR Harvest is no more. I now need to put on my shield of bones to protect myself. And the best and the worst part is, yes, the season 3 finale is a lot. It's a lot for those. But there are so many, like Bones had so many finales that are like memorable. Let's look at season 6. Where we just drop us with like information. Season 1's a lot. It's a lot. It's gonna be a night. It's gonna be a night. Last week was a night too, to be honest, because last week, Neva, I don't know if you remember, but we had dancing phalanges and we then had Max's trial. Godspeed to y'all. We cried in both episodes as a collective.
I bet.
It was a lot. So, it was a lot last week. The end of season 3 is a lot because there's no filler episodes in the end of season 3 because that's when the writer strike happened. So they had to wrap up the season really fast. And it's just like, it's so much. So much. It's been a lot. I did do this. I didn't mean to. Just finished my last book for Fablen. Yay. Reminders for those. You have until tomorrow night at midnight to submit your Fablen reads. So just so you all are aware of that, because I asked Margaret that earlier today. Yes. We're doing the last 2 episodes of season 3. Send thoughts and prayers. Yay for finishing. I know. Dancing phalanges. It's iconic. Iconic moment. But I'm going to end it here and I'm going to go emotionally prepare for Bones. And I will see you all next Thursday for more sprinty sprints. Neva will see you in like 15 minutes on Margaret's sprints. So there you go. Have a good night, everyone. Bye.